All right. Good morning. Good morning. What's going on? Red Hat Day for sure. So I'm going to let the stream run today. If anybody wants to show up, please do show up. We can talk about the markets. We can talk about anything you guys want. It's definitely oil related, obviously. And we're just selling off, cascading sell off today from the get go. I did buy some calls, and then I'm about to take my loss on those. Let's take a look. SPX 6689. Not looking good. Trying to bottom here for the day anyway. So for people who haven't paid attention, I do not day trade, but then I want to take a look at this, what this hoopla is about. Zero DTEs and implied volatility, how it just affects the pricing, and we'll see what we can do. The best thing sometimes is not to do anything, but most of the time selling these things. So for my intraday stuff, if I do it once in a while, I look at a 2-minute, 1 day 2 minute, 10-day 10-minute, and 30-day 1 hour charts. So that's that. Let's put it on the big one. This is the daily, looking like a cascade. It doesn't look that good, honestly, folks. But then, hope you guys can see this right. Let me see if I'm doing this right. Yep, you should be able to see it. So, on the daily charts, there isn't much to look at other than the 200 EMA. We're trying to bottom here for the day anyway. This is the opening, gap down, a little pop, nothing, a little pop, nothing. It came to WeWap and just got turned back down. So is it going to be lower lows, lower highs kind of a day? We're going to find out. It's 7:42. We got 5 hours to go. 5.5 hours to go. If I'm going to do anything, I'm going to do it with SPX, not SPY. The fact that it cash settled. You should pay attention to that because of at the close, it doesn't go on another 15 minutes like SPY does. And it cash settles in case you're shorting options. Shorting meaning, some put credit spreads and things like that. And there's a little bit, well, my charts, I just keep it clean, 20, 50, 200. That's on the 1 minute, 1 day, 2 minute. And then we shall see. But there is definitely an algo running for sure. If USO rallies, like we're at the 117 level now, almost making new highs for the day. Once USO starts rallying, SPX starts selling off, there's definitely an algo that they set up for that. Literally, it's tick for tick. So this is SPX. So USO starts selling off a little bit. SPX definitely kicks in. And there's a little bit of I watch it on the MACD. I watched on the intraday charts. Same setup as my daily charts. Keep it simple, stupid attitude. On the MACD, would definitely have a bullish divergence developing here. So again, take this with a grain of salt. It's I don't day trade, as I said. So, but we're gonna do our best, and then I'll just take some breaks, do some other stuff, come back. But I'll let the stream running. If anybody wants to show up, I'll post a link. And on the daily side, it's just a mess. I mean, we're just rolling over here. We've been under distribution. I put out a bunch of videos last week. We're going sideways. What's going to happen? Is a big move going to happen? Well, yeah, it looks like it's going on. So Let's see the rest of the positions. I mean, nothing much really to talk about. We just had some put credit spreads that I'm waiting on to expire. And hopefully they're going to be out of the money. But yeah, USO is the deal, 116, right? I have a iron condor on USO expiring next Friday, 120, 125s and 80, 75s. I may roll up the put side on those if they're worth anything, but we'll see. We'll see where we're going to be. The rest of the positions are about what they are. Yeah, and we're trying to go through the VWAP now. We'll see. We're at the middle band on the Bollingers, setting up a decent looking bullish divergence on the SPX MACD for the intraday. This is 1 day, 2 minute chart. I have a 2 day, 2 minute setup. I have a 10 day, 10 minute setup. Did we get into support a little bit? Yeah, I mean, I see us rallying to 67.32, maybe 67.40 max today, unless some news breaks. But I think that should be our top for the day anyway. So anything above it, 67.75, 67.80 was a good call credit spread sale. And but one tweet from you know who. It could get interesting, but no need to chase any of this stuff. Ooh, big candle. Well, big bar. I don't watch candles. Not a huge fan. Never was. Yeah, 130, 140. We may take our BO there. Yeah, I have some sales on those. If you have any questions, post it. I'll try to answer it. But looks like buy puts on rallies kind of a day. And we'll see where we are. So 6,800 calls got down to 80 cents, huh? 60 cents. Wow, they're already doubled. Interesting. I have internet issues all night, all day, by the way. My internet just got cut off again, and it's just back now. Yeah, it's tough without internet. That's the reason I couldn't come on, and then I had to drop my kid off at school, obviously. So I still got to do the parent stuff. Let's see. Let's see where we are. Yeah, there's definitely an algo running for sure. So I have my 2 minute here. Oh yeah, we took a huge volume dump on the 2 minute chart on USO and then just bump on the SPX. It's very, very evident that there is definitely an algo running. Yep, we just got up to 50 MA and then we got stuck there. Yeah, at some point I will have to cut that off. Okay. Yeah, I should have added that 70 cents. Should have, what I could have. What else? The rest of the positions are really not much. We're just waiting for the put credit spreads next week. We'll see what happens. I do think we're in a pretty close to a short-term bottom here in general. Maybe a couple more days, maybe by next Tuesday. Definitely before expiration. I don't know what happens in expiration, so let's go to the front. Let's look at some questions, if there is questions. So what, buying a strangle in the future instead of just buying calls today? Buying a strangle? Okay. We're just looking at it, man. USO big red candle. Yeah, it's getting absorbed though. You got, okay, all my members should know these answers by now. I'm not sure. But we shall see. No, we just got rejected for sure. I don't like that reject. I don't like it. Maybe that was the chance, huh? Yeah, we just got up to the 50 MA. Yeah, it's one of those days. I think it's just time decay is going to kill everything pretty much. So if you are trading directionally on the SPX, you got to be really quick. You got to be on top of it. If you're not watching, don't do it. Better yet, probably sell calls as opposed to buy calls. Plus, like, look at oil. Right? Look at this thing. Yeah. Big red candle, new high. And SPX selling off automatically. Interesting. Yeah. On the daily side, I mean, there's gaps. Volatility is insane on oil. USO, obviously. It's attracting so many traders. It reminds me of the silver chart, but that's the other odd thing that's going on. When oil is rallying, precious metals are selling off for some reason. Not hard, but they're in the trading range as it is. And yeah. And everything is on oil. Oil ticks up, SPX immediately gets sold off. So I treat my intraday charts just like I treat my daily charts. You got to pay attention to moving averages, obviously, but it is, as a swing trader, you should definitely pay attention to intraday charts. I mean, 20 EMA, 50 EMA, 200 EMA. I use EMA on my dailies, and I have the same setup on the intraday. As I said, since I don't do much intraday trading, I'm going to dabble into these SPXs, though, at some point. Probably mostly on the sell side. I want to change my hat to green today. How about that? How about that? Right? Yeah. That would be nice. I don't think it's going to happen unless oil pulls back a couple $3 here. That's the only way that's going to happen. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's look at these are all the 0 DTEs. 67.50s are $4. If we were going to rally, we're going to get to 67.40 today, so those will probably move a lot. IV is really high. It's 32 on both sides, 32, 33. That's pretty high. That's actually very high. So what happens is that even if you take a directional step with 0 DTs, you really got to pay attention to IV. Super attention to IV. So, because otherwise you're going to get burned. Theta decay is going to take you down without a question. So, yeah, this 32 is very high. Whereas VIX? VIX is probably 28, 26. Yeah. Yep. So far, this is what we have. Yeah, it's kind of odd that we rallied right into it, right into the 50 MA. Bullish divergence still there on MACD, but definitely under zero. So when someone, just like the daily charts, when MACD is under zero, be careful. Bad things happen. And pretty anemic, really. And looking at the 10-minute, 10-day, there's not much support there either. That's under all the moving averages, just downtrend. I mean, the ultimate support is obviously on the low of a couple of days ago, 66.36, 66.35 on SPX. That's where we rallied from. Pretty decent rally, but it's not holding. Lower lows, lower highs. If you look at the hourly chart, 30-day hourly, just lower lows, lower highs. 60-day, same thing. So have your template set up if you're going to trade any of this stuff. This is 90-day. I mean, look at this rolling top right here. This is the hourly chart. And 65.21 is the ultimate place we may go on this move anyway. And by then we'll be pretty much oversold. And MACD has been under zero on that one for a while now. Actually, since, let's see, since about 6,900. So, yeah. Yeah, attempting another shot here. If USO doesn't sell off, I don't think we're going to do anything today. I think we're just set. USO is making higher highs, higher lows intraday, and SPX is making lower lows, lower highs intraday. So if USO doesn't sell off, I mean, this big, huge candle on huge volume came from, it shot from 117 to 115 in a 2-minute period, and then SPX did rally. So we'll have to see. But it's very anemic. Not much to write home about. Now, if we do go above zero on MACD on intraday in the 2-minute chart, I just don't see this going above 67.46 today. That's WEWAP. The red line is WEWAP, Alex, and happens to be 200 EMA. So if we don't go above that, I don't think we're going to get anything today. But we're early. Stranger things have happened. So yeah. Yeah, I may have to take my hit on those any second now. Yeah. What's happening to crypto? Crypto is also selling off today. This is IBIT. Yeah, we're down about 1.7% on Bitcoin. And on Ethereum, yep, same thing, 1.7%. That's the 2-minute chart, but the daily looks ugly on those two. Just going sideways. Is it another leg coming here? Possibly. Just going sideways. Or is it the bottom? I mean, to be perfectly honest with everything, it's just kind of held together. But as we know, it's a risk asset class, and most likely it'll get sold with everything else if we're going to get a big move down on everything. And with all this said, by the way, we are only, so we're at 6,700, let's say. Our high is 6,970, so 7,000. Let's say 7,000. We're down less than 4%. Right about there, 4% range from all-time highs, and a lot of stocks are already down 40, 50%. What's going to happen, right? What is going to happen if we get a 10, 15, 20% correction, right? What's going to happen to those stocks? You know, a lot of people talk about it. For example, NVIDIA. What's going to happen to NVIDIA? What's going to happen to Apple? Are they going to sell off some more? Google. Yeah, I don't know. TOS glitchy today. That's Google. That's Tesla. Tesla looked good yesterday. It looks horrible today. I mean, all of these things are either under the 200 EMA or their Meta is right at it. Amazon right at it. Right at it meaning under the 200 EMA. Just bounce to it and then rolling back over. Microsoft is the weakest one. And if these sell off, take the next leg down, what's going to happen to triple Q, right? And, you know, again, we're only literally like not even 5% from the all-time high. With all the shocks, oil shock, things like that, I would have guessed a lot worse. So market is definitely showing some resiliency. Maybe market's hoping for interest rates are going up too, by the way. Maybe market's hoping for the resolution of this. I don't think many people expected this to go this long. And what's the reason what we're doing this for? And what's the resolution, right? Maybe Iran is showing a little bit more tooth than a lot of people expected. And, you know, bombing them to oblivion from the air, I'm not sure. But I think the big risk here is putting boots on the ground. And I hope that doesn't happen. Iran's military is pretty strong. I mean, nothing like ours, obviously, but they have 700,000 person army. Well, this is not Venezuela, folks. If you don't understand the Middle East, be really careful there, because these people are fighting for much different reasons than what we're fighting for. They're ready to die, I'm pretty sure, and they'll oblige. They'll go to the heavens, or hell, wherever they need to go. But we're playing with fire here, with no question about it. Again, I'm not saying we're not superior. I'm not saying we're not going to achieve what we want, but it may take a lot longer, and market doesn't have patience for any of that stuff. Especially if oil hangs out at $100 level for a few months, the consumer is going to get whacked. I have no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Yeah, we're just not going to rally today, man. Unless something happens, some news comes out. Yeah, we're just not going to do it. Just watch USO, folks. If you have an algo running, USO sells off by SPX, you'll make some money. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Yeah, just like that. 117.38 back at the high today on USO. That's how it works. It's pretty evident. I think I'm going to take my hit and get the fuck out of there. Yeah, it's just one of those lower, low, lower, high kind of a days. Okay. I'm going to go have a cup of coffee. Or maybe add to it. We'll see. It's really early. Let's buy 5 more at 65 cents. Okay. A dead man walking. Let's see if we can get a 65 cents to $1. That's 50%. Yeah, retesting the low of the day now. If we do turn up here, there's going to be a double bullish divergence on MACD, although under zero. So bullish divergence is under zero is kind of neither here nor there. This next leg will tell the story. $118 on USO, just making new high now. Yep, and SPX is taking lower for sure. If you're going to intraday trade, just watch USO. Yeah, now my iron condor is in play, which I didn't think it would be in play after what happened a couple of days ago. The IV is like so high on the USO, it's incredible. I mean, how do people buy options on that thing? I'm not sure. I really don't know. I just don't know how people buy options on USO, directionally anyway. I mean, IV is like 165 on the put side and 140 on the put side and 165 on the call side. How do you buy calls? Honestly, I don't know. I really don't know. It's incredible. Yeah. Some of my PCSs are threatening the short side of the leg. My rule of thumb is if we get too deep in the money, you're risking early assignment. So be careful with that. If they're short term, if you're 30, 40 days out, obviously you don't have that problem. Either roll them or take your L. Learn how to take an L, folks. If you don't learn how to take an L, you're going to miss all opportunity costs and everything else. You know, it's okay to take an L because today's L will be a lot smaller than tomorrow's L, next week's L. That's all I can say. Taking L's is all part of the game. That's it. You gotta learn by taking L's here and there. You know, I don't buy anything these people on YouTube or X are saying. Oh, I never lose. Oh, yeah. It's not that easy. Okay. No, I didn't. I don't know. I don't like anything. I don't like anything. Why did I pick it? It was at the open. I thought we would get a push off the open and then sell off. We did get a push. I, in fact, bought and sold a few between 150 and 225. And then now time decay is killing it. But we'll see. They're not going to go any lower than that at the moment. And yeah. But oil keeps going doing what it's doing. Maybe should place an IC on SPX. Potentially, yeah. There's ways. It's early. It's only 8 o'clock, folks. Chill out. Or do we sell the lower leg? And then leg him in, you mean? Maybe. Not too confident at the moment that we're going to get a rally. Unless oil sells off, we're not going to get a rally. So are we going to get something out of it, though? We can do that. So we're at 66.91, 66.80 low. We can sell it. Okay, let's pick an IC. Let's look at where the lows are. Okay, so 66.36 is the low. And maybe we can do yep, 66.36. So are we going to go there today? We could. 66.90 is where we are at the moment. So let's take a look at for credit spread today. 66. What was it? 66 what? $66.35. So 66.36. That's the low. What's on the daily low? 66.20. You know, 66.36. Yeah. Are we going to go visit there today? Is the question. If we're not, I don't mind selling a put credit spread somewhere down there. Okay. Let's take a look. 66.30, 60. Okay, 66.30, 66.25. 50-cent credit. Is it worth it with 5 hours to go? No. You're risking 50 cents to make, you're risking $5 to make 50 cents? No, I don't think it is. At some point it may be, but not at the moment. And yeah, if that gets up a little higher, then it may be worth it. Not at the moment. Yeah, we're about to make lower lows. And USO is 117.58. Okay. Silver is down 1.5%. Gold. Ooh, big leg down on gold now. Huh. Yeah, we're at the low today. On everything, pretty much, except USO. Yeah, 66.30, 66.25. Put credit spread on SPX. So that we're at 66.85, 66.30 is 50 handles, 55 handles away. 70-cent credit now. Yeah, these are not going to go lower than 65 cents. So I'm going to hold those. Maybe I'll buy 5 more, average down a little bit. But other than that, not much to do. Yeah, we're at the low today. This will tell how this, we can lower lows and then we turn up here. Maybe there's hope for a little bit of a short intraday rally. USO is just tough. Wait, we got that sell-off on gold and silver. Yeah. Yeah, about to give up the ghost, folks, as they say. Yep, 66.80. Where is support? There is no support. Is there? Yep, lower low for the day. $0.75 credit now. We'll keep watching that. PCS 66.30, 66.25. That seems proper. It really does. That seems proper. Today's expected range is, by the way, with IV at 35 is 45 points. We already had that. Okay. So we're at 66.85. Let's see what the 67.50s are. USO. Yep, I'm pulling back. Just higher highs, higher lows. And markets, lower lows, lower highs. Tough day. Part of me says cut all exposure and go turn the computer off until expiration, which I think is okay to do. There's all these put credit spreads. With a week to go, they will turn into headaches, and we don't want that for sure. Yeah, we don't want that. In fact, I may just do that. 66.80 now. Okay. Yeah, not even a hint of rally here. Not even a hint. Okay. So I'm going to buy some calls 67.50s probably will be the one. Okay. If today is the day that we're just going to make lower lows, lower highs, there's no point in directional bets. I already took one this morning and I'm down like $1,000, so no need to push. I will wait. We have plenty of time. All right, let's see, answer some questions. Hello, hello. No questions? No, not yet. I didn't do that. I did not do that. Yeah, I think I'm going to cut exposure, honestly, folks. What do we keep? What do we keep? What do we not keep? Yeah, this Southwest is becoming a headache. USO may become a headache. Let me see if I can roll those things up for next week anyway. So 80.75 for credit spread. We'll move it up. Let's see if we can move it up. Are they worth it though? What do we move it up to? 85.80? 85.82.5? Is it worth it? Wide spreads on these things. Or no? Where did the USO bottom? Yesterday. I mean, this is how volatile this thing is. USO's low yesterday was 93.5. We're at 1617, 118 almost. That's nuts. So I had 80.75. Do we dare to move it to 90.85? Let's take a look. Keep the call side the same. Oh, 118 now. Holy shit. New high for the day. $90, $85, 42 cents credit. How do we do it to get out with one leg? Okay. Buy. Sell. Let's go with 88, 84, or 83. Sell. Buy. 24-cent credit to roll. That doesn't make sense at all. At all. Honestly. Makes no sense. Yeah, we're at the low of the day again. Yeah, doesn't look right. Does not look right. Okay. SPX. Where is that 66.35, 66? $66.35. Oh no, we don't want to go to March 20. $66.35. Sell. Buy. 60 cents, 65 cents. It's not going to go much higher unless we take a leg there. And risking 5 to make 70 cents. That almost sounds like picking up pennies in front of the bulldozer here. Because it doesn't look enough credit to do that, but it's pretty far out. If we go more aggressive, then we could be there. I mean, 66.86 is where we are. So if we go 66.50.45, that's a buck. That's better. But then we could be there in a heartbeat. If oil keeps doing what it's doing, 118.18 at the high of the day again. Yeah, I think I'm going to cut my love exposure for sure. The key is to live for another day, folks. Today's $1,000 loss will be tomorrow's $3,000, and the next day is $5,000. unquestionably. Yeah, I don't want to get early assignment. I don't want any headaches. I don't want any headaches. Let's see how close we are. I mean, we're 40. They're 5. Yeah, that could be. Yeah, I don't want early assignment for sure. I could roll those down and cut exposure for sure. I mean, if oil bottoms, airlines are cheap, but then airlines are such fickle business that what's going to happen to them? I mean, what is going to happen to airlines? Southwest sold off hard over the last week or so from making a 52-week high. Stock was 55 a couple of weeks ago. We're at the 200 EMA. I mean, part of me says we're into decent support, but then technicals really don't matter when fundamentals are changing completely. And 55 to 40 or 38 is a pretty hard sell-off for airlines, obviously. Same thing happened to UPS. Look at that sell-off. 122 down to 98. FedEx actually is the best one holding up there. All the other airlines, UAL, massive sell-offs. I mean, 120 down to 86. Delta. Yeah, they're all just cascading lower. And I think put credit spread are the right thing to do. But then, again, airline business is so fickle. You turn them upside down, 3 pennies wouldn't fall out of their pocket. So we remember what happened last time, right? They needed government help within 10 days. That's how shitty airline business is. Now we're rallying here a little bit. I don't know why. Oil is 117.88. Yep, I'm telling you that algo is so good. Literally, it's just selling off, and SPX is being bought. 66.95, first decent rally. Let's see if we can take out the 50 EMA. This could be a bullish divergence right here. This is we made lower lows, lower lows, lower highs, MACD, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. So there may be hope on the long side for you folks. Actually, yeah. There may be a little hope here. Yeah, let's see if we get rejected again at the 50 EMA. We need to go above zero. If we go above zero, we may get a little push here. Then I will definitely sell a call credit spread for today. Right at the 67.35 range. Actually, that may be a good idea to look at now. 67.35, 67.40. Yeah, I think that will be the good sale if we rally a little bit more here. Yeah, let's see. Let's just watch USO and SPX. Yeah, we'll get a crack on USO to 116 even. I think we'll get a decent rally going intraday. This is fun going live, and this is what I do when I'm trading anyway. So I talk to myself. So I'm talking to you folks. There you go. I may do this more often. Actually. If I have the time. Yeah, today I cleared my schedule to go, okay, well, let's go live early today. I'll show the people what I do during the day, what my thought process is. More than trading, I swing trade, I don't day trade. So once in a while, I'll take a shot here and there. Yeah, did we get rejected? Yep, we sure did. It's uncanny how They just keep getting rejected. 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 Yep, I got rejected for sure. Long way to go, though. Yeah, I'm definitely going to take my little hit on the Southwest. I don't want early assignment. I don't want any headaches. Bye. I was short to 42.5, 37.5. I took some profits on that day before yesterday when we rallied. Should have done the same thing with these. Should have, would have, could have. It's not going to get you anywhere either. Yeah. Let's do 5 for sure. Let's see where we are. And buy them at 520 and sell them at 170 probably. Didn't do it there. Maybe a little push will get it. I mean, got exposure on pretty much everything. Size 2170, okay. Yeah, oil rallies, SPX ticks off immediately. 520, 170, 525. Back at the Lord today again. It's all oil, man. It's literally tick by tick. I mean, it's crazy. That's the picture, folks. I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee. You guys hang in there. Yeah, we got rejected again. This is the third time we're getting rejected. 1, 2, 3. Closing some of those put credit spreads. I don't need a headache for sure. Okay. Back at the low of the day. Wow. Not going to rally, huh? Yeah, that looks bad. Because oil is 118.41. It's literally tick for tick, folks. I mean, are they going to gap it up this weekend to like $120 oil? Market will crash. I have zero doubt that it will. Market will crash, folks. Yeah, for sure, we will. Yeah, let's not fuck around with that. Live for another day is the key. You must live for another day. Don't ever forget that, folks. What else do we have that we can clean up? Yeah, we should clean this DLTR up. Yep. Yeah, we don't need headaches. And always, where are we here? 355, 340. Okay, that's fine. We did that at 175. Yep, we're going to take a little hit there. Let's go with 280. Okay, close that one. Cutting exposure. So the DLTR is going to love what we're going to do. Ooh, we're getting a little push here. Oil just dropped 40 cents. What did we just do? Okay, closing the love. Okay. Okay. Oh, we're getting a good push here. What just happened? Did I miss it? Oh. Oh. Holy shit. What's going on? Oh, big sell-off in oil. Big rally. Just sold the calls at 155. Big rally. What just happened? Somebody said something, I'm sure. I still have calls on SPX. Sold some at 155, which was profit. Okay. My members, if you're listening, I'm selling at 155, 175, 180, 195, 215. So you guys know. Actually, sold. I only sold one. Son of a bitch. That was a. Wow. Okay. Well, now we're at the 50 MA. Now we got rejected again. Okay. Fuck. That's how fast shit is. Yeah, all sold off. Took a leg down to 116, and SPX ripped. Now back at the ranch. 6701. Next leg is 167.14. Next one is 67.22. Yeah, there's supply, man. Immediate supply. It is uncanny. Whatever algo they set up, actually, also is still selling off here. It is wild. We're still selling off on USO. Now we're going 67. 67.05. Are we going to take a leg up here? Yeah, time decay is killing those SPXs, man. We need 67.20 range at least. $116.40, $116.30. Yeah, we're rallying again. Okay. If we got to go below 115.5 on USO, I think we're going to rip here. But then time decay is the key. I think we're a little too far out of the money. Oh, come on. Yeah, we're selling off still. On USO anyway. $115 and change now. Well, we're about to go above a 0 on MACD on the 2-minute. Let's see if we get a push here to WEWAP 67.35. USO takes off, about takes 115 out. I think we'll get a push on SPX. Yeah. God damn on that candle. Fuck. Yeah, they didn't rally. They just killed it. They lowered it. All right, I think it's time for a cup of coffee. You guys watch. Alexander, are you in deep trouble already? I don't know why. Yeah, there goes 115.48. My God, this algo is so good. Volume is coming on the downside on USO, so we'll see. Whatever the news is, which we don't care at the moment. Oh, that was the news. 8:37 it came 10 minutes ago. U.S. Defense Secretary become clear that Iran may be mining the Strait of Hormuz. That was the sell-off. And Carolyn Levitt says, considering waiving Jones Act for a limited period, but auction is not finalized. Is that on the tariffs? Okay. Let's see what we're building here. My favorite Mac 7 is Google, by the way. But when the market turns, I think Google's going to rip to 350 easily. Are we putting a bottom here, or are we just going to get rejected again? So we need 67.23 for that. Nope. All right, folks, hold the fort. I'll be back. Let me go get a cup of coffee. No, sold at 80 cents, bought at 55, waiting for re-entry. I'd be careful with those. Maybe you should, we're into an hour and a half, 2 hours into the day now. Maybe you should lower your strike if you're going to keep doing it. I would lower my strike to like 67.70, 67.50, 60 range. I don't know where they are, but I would, later on the day, you can't be that far out of the money unless you're expecting a miracle, which I don't think miracles do come. So once in a while that happens, like it happened last week, but just be careful with that because the decay is going to eat you up because IV is like super, super high at the moment. So, yeah, 67. Let's see. Why is it switching like that? I don't like that. I can make a big mistake with that. 60. 67.50s are like 350, 360. Yeah, those are the ones I'd be looking at if I'm going to day trade the rest of the day. If I'm going to trade SPXs on directional side, I wouldn't go that high unless we get a ripper rally here, which I doubt that we will. So that's why I'm like looking to bow out gracefully here. Because the longer the day goes, the higher you're going to need the SPX to go for you to do anything with these. So sometimes you got to take the L like I did with the other ones. Yeah, it's just constant selling. Are we building a little flag here intraday? Are we building a flag here to get up to here? Let's put a gift order to go get a cup of coffee. Actually, we have an order there. Are we building a bull flag? I'll be back, folks. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. Okay, back at the ranch. Yeah. All about oil. Nothing more, nothing less. Not too complicated. All right, the bull flag kind of broke. Let's see if we get continuation up to 67.30 today. If we get there, we may have something, but that's definitely going to get rejected. It's already getting rejected here. There's trades to be made still, it looks like to me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All righty. I'm about to cut. I am about to cut. I sold on that leg up. I got to 155. I sold some at 155. We're back. StreamYard issues. Oh, now I gotta do this. Yeah. Take the L, folks. Okay. Yep. Well, rallied the dollar. SPX selling off. Okay. Yeah, we need messages loud and clear. Gonna take it. Whoa, look at that. Yeah. No bueno. Now in this pullback, It proves I'm not a day trader. If we're going to day trade, we're going to have to day trade the 67.50s, if that, or maybe lower. Yeah. And that's a stretch. Yep, oil got gobbled up. And now 118.50 down to 115. No rally in SPX. It's kind of understood of what's going on today. Yeah, cut some more exposure on the love. Southwest put credit spread. Take a little bit of an L. No need for headaches. Close the DLTR put credit spread. What else can we close? How much left position-wise? Didn't have that many to start with. Yeah, we're going to get assigned AD&T 400 more shares, which is good. The puts. 3/4 exposure cut on Southwest. Yeah. Yep. We're just going sideways in a range. I think we'll be stuck in this range for the rest of the day. So at some point, only 4 hours to go, I will definitely put an iron condor on this. Trying to get our money back. Yeah, 67.50s. If I'm on trade anything, I'm going to be trading those. That's about it. At 66.30, 66.35, 66.30 was a good credit spread to be sold. Yep, those 67.50s are really responsive. They went from 250 to 340 in about a 30-second period. Okay. I think it's just going to go sideways between 67, max 67.30 on the upside and 66.80 on the downside. So all depends on oil, folks. Here's oil, here's SPX. Oil goes up, SPX takes down. But definitely 100% correlation at the moment, even intraday. Overnight for sure, but intraday definitely. Okay, getting a push. Are we going to do it? That's a nice push. Into resistance now, 67.20. 67.29 next resistance. 67.30 range. At 67.75, 67.80. Call credit spread. Sounds good to me. How much are they? 30 cents, 40 cents? Yeah, 30 cents. Not worth it. Not worth it. Definitely not worth it. Wow, those 67.50s got from 220 down to up to 480. Incredible. Yeah, we'll have 4.5 hours to go. Those will be the ones to be traded until probably 11-ish, maybe 11:30. And then lower the strikes again if you're going to day trade to probably 67.25s. And that's how it should be done. It's not complicated, folks. Just watch oil, honestly. That's it. Oil goes up, SPX goes down. Oil goes down, SPX goes up. Tick for a tick. No joke. If you're day trading, obviously. Definitely have an eye on oil, on USO. The rest is if you're day trading, obviously. If you're not, then it's a different story. But overnight too, big correlation. Major correlation. Yep, and we got rejected there. Exactly where we should get rejected, 67.23. Okay. Yep, there we go. It got rejected exactly where we should get rejected. 67.23. Now we're going to try the low side. Maybe 66.90. Are we going to chop between those two numbers? We'll find out. But I think it'll be after the move until maybe until 9:30, 10. Yesterday we were just sideways the rest of the time in a decent, okay trading range, really. And it seems like same thing is happening today. So 67.50s are the ones I'm going to target going forward. If I'm going to day trade, they're the ones right there. Okay. Auto selling is there for sure. For sure. All right. Any questions? No questions. Oh, we got cut off. Oh, let me put the link up. If anybody wants to join, here's the link of the podcast of StreamYard. If anybody wants to join, let's join. Let's take a look at some of the other stocks. Okay. What is going on with some of the ex-favorites so far? 1780. That looks like either basing or going lower. Hood's become a, yep, it just looks like IBIT. Hood's become a proxy for Bitcoin. HIMS had a massive move because of the lawsuit getting dropped off down about $1. No big deal. NEO had a big move yesterday. What is it doing today? Yep, up another 20 cents. That looks like it's on its way. That looks like it's on its way. MACD going above zero. This is the daily chart on NEO. We're into a little bit of resistance here, but it looks nice. That looks nice. I want to sell some put credit spreads on a lot of stocks, but then in this type of market, just got to be really careful. I mean, 70 down to 50 on Borg Warner. You know, anything auto related, anything airline related is being sold. Anything with transportation actually is being sold. They bought a lot of aluminum stocks yesterday. Aluminium, that's Alcoa. Are they rotating back into Cokes? Kind of, yeah. Walmart, it's holding green today on a day like today. So that's where the attention has to be at. What are they rotating into? Definitely not high tech. This stock I'm interested in. Wow, the low was, look at the low today. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in this one around 100. Hopefully. IPG Photonics. And yeah. Palantir. Because of the war, it got a little bit going. Supposedly they may be using their stuff. Up to today, yep. Bucking the trend. what will happen to that when they start selling off. Oracle had earnings yesterday, surprisingly good. Down a couple today. Netflix, that's definitely a buy on a pullback. Luckily, they walked away from it. I have it on my long-term port. I like some of these. Is it justified UPS sells off 25 points because of oil? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, testing the low end of the range on SPX. Definitely stopped at the top. On the bottom, I may put that put credit spread on, and then on the rally, we'll leg in, hopefully. We'll see. $66.80, that's $66.30. Well, 115.80. Am I going to push here again? Let's see what happens. We're just going sideways, man. It's 9:30. 4.5 hours to go. Do we sell the IC? 66.50, 66.45. That sounds safe. Looks safe. If we take out 66.80, it's trouble. And on the upside, 67.50, 67.60. Somewhere in here, down here. 100-point range. The problem with these ICs is your wing is 5, you're taking in 50 cents, 60 cents. One tweet, you're blown out of the water. That's the problem. That is the problem. Okay. $0.65 credit for that Iron Condor, which is 67.70, 67.75 call credit spread, and 66.50, 66.45 put credit spread. 70 cents. And we need to put up $2,100, $2,200 to take in 350. My auto is set for 5, so that's for 5 lots. Risking 2,500 though, right? Both sides. The wing width is 5. You're doing 5 lots. That's 5 points. That's 2,500. So you're risking $4.30 if you do it at 70 cents. 60 cents now. And 4.5 hours to go, and anything can happen in 4.5 hours. Anything. That's the problem with Iron Condors and selling options that early. IV Crush probably won't happen until probably 11:30, maybe. Somewhere in that range. Yeah. Tesla quietly rallied. How many points now? About 7 points. Interesting. I do have a put credit spread on Tesla. We'll see. Yeah. Ooh, hold on a second. 114.73 on oil on huge volume. Are we going to get a pump here? Are we? 114.85. We should get a pump here. If not, they may just sell this thing off at the end of the day. There we go. $67.11. We get a little more bounce. I'm leg into this Iron Condor. Doing it all at once doesn't make sense. Mind you, oil is still up 6.5%, folks. It just came down from 115 to 118 to 115. It's nuts. The volatility is crazy. Six days to go on the Iron Condor on USO. I took in a bunch of premium, but we'll see. We'll see if it's enough. We shall see when we close the LTR. We're going to close love at the end of the day. 525, 165, yeah. This is open. This is not open. This is open. This is open. This is open. We're right at the money on Borg Warner. 52.5, 47.5 PCS. This is open. That's open. Baba 2X CTF. BABX is the symbol. I'm 27.25. Put credit spread on that. That's safe. This is open. This is open. Yeah. 114.19. We should be getting a push here on SPX. I don't know why we're not. Again, though, it's up for 6.5% for the day. So what? 6.5% versus 8%. Should we get a push or no? Don't look like it. Just sideways chop action. Are we close to a bottom? What do you guys think? I'm not sure yet. I think a retest of the lows at least is possible. Retest of the 200 EMA is definitely possible at 66.10 on SPY. Yeah, retest of 200 EMA at 60. Where is that at? Yeah, about 660. These are intraday charts, 2-minute, 1 day on USO and SPX. And now we're rallying. Now we're going to sell off. Yep. That's just like the algo is just crazy good. Buying one, selling the other one. Like auto. For sure. We got time. Let's see if we can do some damage. I shouldn't have bought them in the morning to start with. Yep, comes the neck leg down again. It's just automatic, man. USO rallies, SPX sells off. Just automatic. Automatic algo. Even to the minute. To the minute. Yeah, closing that love position. Love meaning Southwest. I don't need it. I don't fucking need a headache. At all. Especially with a week to go. Don't need it. Yeah, 66.90, 67.20 trading range. With 66.68 low, 66.80 low for the day. Now we're rallying a little bit, just going back and forth. Perfect for the option sellers. Perfect for the option sellers, just going back and forth. If you did directional today, you're going to get your ass handed to you. Well, until now anyway. Yep, it's going back and forth. 66.80, 67.20, whichever way we break, we'll probably accelerate the other way. USO did have an intraday pullback, but not enough for the S&P to come back to life. And we went from 118.52 to 114 back to 116 now. So we'll see. I do have an open USO Iron Condor that I put on at least about a week ago. And it's still holding its value because IV just keeps going higher and higher and higher, which is incredible. And that's 120, 125 call credit spread and 80, 75 put credit spread. So anything between by next Friday or earlier, whenever IV crush happens. I don't think it's going to happen until probably Monday, Tuesday next week. Because over the weekend, you know, what can happen. IV is 136 on the call side, 160 on the 160 on the call side, 136, 138 on the put side. Definitely skewed to the put side. But as you know, on iron condor, all we need is time and stay between the two short strikes, 120 and I think, let me see what I took in on those. I took in a total of 42 plus 90, $1.32. So max loss is 5, took in $1.32. Looking for a time decay. I got 15 lots of those. And yeah, that's where we are on that one. Day by day. You know, sometimes selling put credit spread or iron condors is boring, but then you got to let time work for you. That's all you have to do. For the volatility, I may have, well, I mean, short strikes are 80 and 120. This is on oil, USO. I mean, come on now. But then when IV gets pumped like that, iron condors are, look at this thing. Come on now. A gap close would be perfect to 110 to 100 range. And then just go sideways for a couple days. IV crush will definitely take me home on those. I also have a BMNU, which I've had for 3 months now. Started with a strangle, covered strangle, got assigned. Been selling puts and calls. I think my call space is pretty close to where it is. And hopefully I have the 2 calls out. Sold them at 51 cents. Hopefully we get called away, which is next Friday as well. And love, we're trying to get out. Took an L on that. I had put credit spreads on. Yeah, we don't want early assignment on any of the stuff. Borg Warner right at the money. Took DLTR off. Took actually DLCN off yesterday. I had a 52.5, 47.5 put credit spread. I had sold them at like 210. I bought them back at 10 cents. So I am trying to make money, but I'm also being cautious and living for another day. That's the whole idea. You know, we can all make money when the market settles down. We don't need to rush. Let's keep this shit together. Here's 2-minute SPX, just going sideways. Just going sideways. If William was here from Quant Data, he would go like, yeah, we're going to go sideways the rest of the day. The range is wider than yesterday. This is yesterday's. Just went sideways after the initial push down. It's a mirror image actually with a little bit of a wider range today though. Yesterday's range was 67.40, 67.80. Today's range is 66.80, 67.20. So 40 handles there today. So 67.50 to 67.80. Yeah, today. Yesterday's range was about 30 handles. Today's about 40 handles. And that's where we are. Yeah, let me get a little bit more coffee, take a little break. Yeah, we're just rallying again. It's odd that silver and gold sell off when oil is rallying. Well, I guess mining is going to be more expensive, I guess. Is that why? I mean, the correlation is definitely there between SPX and USO. There's undeniable correlation. I mean, here it is. We're selling off while USO is rallying. So first time the correlation stops, then once you got to pay attention to it. Intraday anyway, if you're day trading. This is the first time actually we're not selling off that much yet with USO rallying from 114 to 116.30. So intraday correlation for sure. Yeah, for sure. There's an intraday correlation there. No question about it. All right, I'm going to go have a little bit more coffee. Good morning. Am I in 66K in the red? No. I wouldn't be, I want to blow my account. My account started with 80K this year, trading account. No. I think I'm down about 6% for the year, though, from 80K. No, sir. If that was the case, I don't think I would have any money left. So this year I started with 80K trading account. Last year up 32%. I was up 82%. Gave up decent drawdown, obviously, last 2 months of the year. So yeah, definitely yeah. But down about 6% for the year. Actually, it just happened last probably month or so with the credit spreads. Making some money, losing some money. I'm trying to keep my shit together. It's a tough year. Tough year. I post all my positions, by the way, on the community page of the YouTube channel, so you can go check it out. Full transparency here. Okay. Are we going to watch paint dry today? Certainly looks like it, but we're just kind of on the daily charts. It's looking ominous. 20 crossing 50 to the downside, first time. Gosh, since when? Since actually when the buy signal in May of last year. Wow. I mean, 200 EMA is the support. I don't know. Right about 65.95. Yeah. 65.92.25 to be exact. We take that out, we may get something like this going. Although, if you look at the McClellan oscillator, summation index, if you guys follow that stuff, I don't know if you do. We're getting pretty oversold short term, very short term. So, I don't know. Yeah, just going sideways, man. Almost identical look of the USO. USO has a 118.5, 114 range, and SPX has kind of looks the same, inverse. Looks almost identical. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to catch a bid here, folks. I'm not sure. I am not sure. I am not sure. Okay. $67.50 is down to $2. Time decay is absolutely killing those. Those are the zero DTs. If I'm going to trade it at all, those are going to be the ones to trade. And then by 11, depending on where we are, we got to move down to 67.25. That's about it. If there's a day trade to be made. Or are we just going to go sideways like yesterday? Literally after the first open, like this here, the rest of the day, the rest 4 hours, we were in a 30 handle trading range, and today we're in a 40 handle trading range. 67.20, 66.80. Literally. There have been some pumps here and there when oil was selling off a little bit intraday, but nothing more, nothing less. It's just all about oil. All about oil. Oh, getting a little push. But it gets rejected every time. Don't see a reason. Unless Trump tweets that the war is over, we're bringing our Navy back or something, I don't think we're going to get that today. Not today, anyway. It'll probably be some overnight news over the weekend. I'll go like, okay, everybody had enough. Let's shake hands and go back home. I doubt it, though. Both sides seem to be dug pretty deep in what they want to accomplish. One wants to destroy the Middle East. The other one, I don't know. I don't know why we're there for, honestly. You know, it's not political show, obviously, but I don't know what we're doing there. I really don't. This reminds me of a lot of the George Bush Jr.'s Iraq War. Why do we do that? What do we gain out of that? Trillions of dollars, thousands of tens of hundreds of thousands of dead people on both sides. Our side, thousands dead, 50,000 lost limbs and arms and all that shit. Come back with PTSD for what? What did we accomplish there in Iraq? What did we accomplish? I'm not sure. What did we accomplish in Afghanistan? Taliban is back. I don't know. We go do these things and then we just come back and then everybody forgets about it until the next one. And then nobody asks like, okay, we did this before. What did we accomplish there? What's our plan? What's the goal, long-term goal? What are we doing here? Why are we doing this? Like, why are we risking American lives? And I get it. Get rid of the mullahs, get rid of the dictators. Okay. But are people better off? I mean, are Americans better off with high gas prices? Forget about the Iranians for a minute. I mean, they're getting bombed to oblivion. And you can't tell me that with everything that we have, all the laser-guided missiles and everything else we have, that there is no collateral damage. We're only killing bad guys. What are we doing? Like, what's the goal? What's the end game here? We did it in Syria, got rid of the dictator. We did it in Venezuela now. We did it. We're trying to do it in Iran. We did it in Libya. We did it in Iraq. We tried to do it in Afghanistan. Does it seem like anything is resolved? And this really reminds me of George Bush Jr. calling WMDs, weapons of mass destruction. Bro, they're 9,000 miles away. I get the threat. I get all that stuff. I get to be paranoid is the right thing to do, but going and bombing a country into oblivion, and then what? And then now you have economic uncertainty because oil prices are spiked. I mean, I'm telling you, they just sink like 100 ships in Strait Hormuz. That place closes. The whole world is going to go in a shit tank economically anyway. Okay, so I'm like, what are we doing? Like, somebody tell me what we're doing. But then I guess we do have a plan. I guess we do have a plan. And I don't know what the plan is, man. If anybody knows, please tell me. What is the plan? Okay, we're rallying to the top of the range for the day. Oil pulled back a little bit, not much. I don't know. I don't think much is going today. I'll hang out for another hour after. Yeah, see, get top of the range and we get to sell off. There's still maybe a trade here, though. So we got 4 hours to go. It's the 0DT option chain on SPX. So they went from nowhere 2 to 225 here. So 67.50 is the one to trade until probably 11. And then 67.25 is the ones to trade short or long. And on the put side, probably 66.75s are the ones to trade. And they range 66.80. Yep, selling off again. Yep, got to top of the range. And this is perfect action for option sellers today. Right there. There's the word right there. Sideways, 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 sideways. 40-point range. 66.80, 67.20. After the opening gap down. Intraday. So you guys are looking at a 2-minute, 1-day chart. It includes yesterday. It's just kicking it off, obviously. So this is what's going on today. And yep, got to the top of the range. Back to sell off. I mean, there's no direction today. We'll catch them tomorrow if there's no direction today. Markets open every day, folks. No need to press. No need. And then we found it. And USO rallied again, 116.28. Well, if that's going to go sideways, why should SPX break out or break down from this range? But options I'm trying to sell, the iron condor I'm trying to sell, it's not worth it at the moment. Because in 4 hours, a tweet happens, your max loss in a heartbeat. So we'll just wait for the breakout or breakdown and go with it. Otherwise, there's nothing to do. Nothing to do. Yeah, 67.50s are reacting real quick. Those are the ones to trade if you're going to day trade. And 67.25s as well. Sideways, sideways, sideways. Anybody want to show up? I'll put the link up again. Show up. There's the link. All I'm asking, you're in a quiet place with good internet reception. That's about it. We can talk about anything you guys want to talk about. And here's SPX going sideways. Watching paint dry. I want to do the iron condor, but because if we take, it's definitely, to me, it looks like 66.50, 66.55 is safe. 67.50, 67.55 is safe on the upside. So 67.50. 67.55. Call credit spread, 35 cents. Risking $5 to make 40 cents. I mean, with 4 hours to go. Does that make sense? No. So when nothing makes sense, you just don't play. You just put your hand in your pocket. That's about it. Yeah, just going sideways. And if you take a directional bet, you better make sure that it's happening, or the decay is going to wipe you out because we're getting close to the expiration, right? So with these zero DTs, a lot of people just kind of go, it's going to be fine. We'll get a miracle rally or miracle sell-off. Well, most days it doesn't happen. Most days. It happened a couple, 3 times. I mean, it could happen any second because if Trump tweets something or something happens, some development. But unfortunately, most days it's just creates a range and stays in the range. And some days it's trending for sure. But that's why a lot of people are, make money selling the zero DTs as opposed to buying the zero DTs. But the days that do move, like this week, a couple of days ago, we had a 70-point move in SPX. Some calls went from like 50 cents to $50. So you can keep losing. If you hit one of those a month, you're rich, but you can't count on that either. Because how are you going to buy something at 50 cents and hold it to $50? I mean, how many people can do that? Let's be realistic, okay? So if you're not realistic about any of this, you shouldn't be doing it. You know what? I'm going to close this puppy too. I have a profit here. Borg Warner put credit spreads. You know what? I'm just closing this shit off. I just don't need the headache. I can do the Aprils. What do we sell those at? $1.22. Okay. Okay. Dollar debit. Take 22 cents. No, not $1.10. Dollar. Yep. Dollar is fair. Take 22%. Are we rallying again or no? Are we? Nope. We're not going to rally, man. We're not going to rally. We are not going to rally. We're just going in a range. Exactly, actually in the middle of the range. 6,700, 6,720, 6,680 range. What is there to do other than sell options and wait for expiration? Well, 40-point range, either direction it breaks, you're either call credit spread or put credit spread is going to be in trouble. And when you look at the overall, you're taking in 60, 70 cents for pretty far out of the money iron condor. You can get really exciting and you can do 67, 20, 25 and 66, 80, 66, 75. But then what? In a heartbeat, you're in the money by 5. And how much is that? Just out of curiosity. 67. Let's do 67. 67.20. 66.80. 66.80. Okay. 66.80. 66.75. 140 credit. And 67.20. 67.25. 255 credit. If it stays between that, You collected, now it's 270 credit. Well, you're risking 100%. You can't lose more than 265. So your wing is at 5. If the put side is max loss, you lost $2.50. Same thing with the call side. Or if it stays the same, decay kills everything. That's pretty close for my comfort at this hour. Maybe a little later. Take less, but then, yeah, I mean, it's tough. Yeah, just this range is just right there for everyone to see. Huh. Nope. Okay, at this hour, if you're going to trade anything, I think from now on, yeah, maybe not yet. Maybe you still have some juice left in the 67.50s if we get a pump. But now they're killing the IV down from 37 to 30. Mm, 67.50. End of the range, the low end of the range. Yeah, oil is just going back at the high end of the day. Yep. Right there. Even inside the range, we'll have a range now. 6,700 and 6,710. 67.50s are $1.10. They will get a pump if we move here. 67.29, 25s are under 4. You can literally see time decay happen. Literally can see it. I think I'm going to buy 5 of those to gamble. 67.50s. Oh, $1.30 already. Nope, not that high. Shit. What is happening, man? I'm going to buy them. I'll buy them. This is the bottom of the range. $1.20, maybe $1.25. Oh, fuck. Ah, they're $1.75, aren't they? Yeah, $1.65. Boy, they move fast. They move fast. Back to $1.30. All right, time for another cup of coffee. Or half a cup of coffee. Or should I buy them and put a sell order $1 higher? There's no reason to buy them, man. It's just going sideways. You're going to lose money. Selling the iron condor is just risky. And going directional is also decay is about to wipe you out all day long. Let's have a cup of coffee and come back. Yeah, IV down to 29 now. Here comes the crush. Probably 25 is about right. Well, IV is going to go lower towards the end of the day, as you guys know. 0 DTs anyway. Or hopefully, you know. That's why you're dealing with. Even if the price goes in your direction, since IV is getting lower and lower, your option may not move, and then you're kind of scratching your head. That's why you don't, towards the end of the day, you don't go buy way too many, or if you don't do directional anything, which most people do, you don't want to go too far out of the money unless you're going to get like this ridiculous move that happens once every month or so. But then I guess you can lose 18 times and make 2 of those. It'll make up for all of it and more. Right? Yeah, USO ticking up, SPX selling off. Pretty damn clear, folks. Now we keep tightening the range. Now we're in a 67, 13, 66, 90 range, like 20-point range now. Option sellers green today after the opening. Yep, option sellers green, folks. All right, I'll be back. Okay, paint's still drying, huh? Okay, well, not much is going on today, folks. Honestly. Opening range is being kept. Not much is going on. Yep. Well, we're getting tighter and tighter. So, if you were doing chopsticks, you would draw this little wedge here. Either we break out or we break down, but on patterns like this, usually we'd break down. And, yep. So if you're going to day trade anything at all from this point on, 67.25 is the one to go with. Maybe there's something could happen with the 67.50s. You can get a 50% move probably on a decent pop, but that's about it. IV down to 28.70 from 37 range. So option sellers are rejoicing. Yep, they definitely are. All right. See if there's any questions. We'll be looking at $6 a gallon gasoline prices in California very soon. Yeah. I agree. I think we're pretty getting close, actually. We're at 550 average in my neighborhood anyway. I don't know how it is in the city. I'm about 25 miles outside Los Angeles. And it's already low end is 525 to 535 for unleaded. And super is like 575 already. And with what happened today, I'm pretty sure by the weekend, you know, gas stations pump it up before the weekend. So looks like we may get there. It's not that we get there, it's how long we stay there is the question. The longer we stay there, right? I mean, our paychecks are not going up. By last week, I know I bought gas at $4.50. This week, $5.50. Well, if you have a 15-gallon tank, that's 15 extra bucks you're paying, and your productivity is not increasing. Your paycheck is not increasing. Everything you buy is dependent on oil prices. Transportation costs obviously are going to increase. Food costs are going to go up. Everything is going to go up. So depends how long we stay here. Even if we stay for a month or two, I think the economic effect is going to be immense. Yeah, I don't think this is a joke. A lot of people are like, yeah, you know, it's fine. But no, no. Okay, I'm going to close this Southwest. Yeah, I'm not going to mess with this shit. Let's see if we can close it at 370 and be done with it. If not, we pay what they want. $66.93 going to the bottom of the range, daily range anyway. And I'm pretty sure USO is probably 117. No doubt. Yep, on 1694 exactly. Yeah, the correlation is uncanny today. Well, it's been like this for a week now, even on the intraday basis. So don't expect any rallies, folks. Although we are short-term getting oversold. No, see, we're just getting tighter and tighter in the range. Now we're at 66.90, 67.10, 20-point range now. MACD is on the zero, crossing back and forth. That's the 2-minute chart again. This is yesterday. This is today so far. And we got 3 hours to go. 3 hours and 12 minutes to be exact. Let's see what's moving today. Tilly's is moving today, up 60%. LWLG is moving today, up 50%. Didn't one of my members say that Bumble is moving today? All the shit stocks are moving today. Yeah, let's take a look. TLYS. Ooh, big gap up. That's a retailer. Tilly's in my neighborhood anyway. LWLG had a big day yesterday, I think, too. Yeah. And today just gapping up. New 52-week high. Yeah. I'm sure there's some news on that thing. And Bumble. Up 32%. Yeah, it's dead, but I wonder what the news is on LWLG. Lightweight Logic up 35%. After a company announced they got a contract. Oh, okay. They got a contract with Tower Semi. Interesting. Nice looking chart. See, even in a bear market, there are things that do move the right way. You know what I mean? Just have to be in the right places. It's hard to do, but it's doable. It's doable. US. Yep, in that range. Bollinger Bands tightened up. Next leg up may be interesting, up or down. So I'll hang out for probably another 45 minutes and then I'll say goodbye. Let's see, any questions? No questions. Okay. Okie dokie. Sorry about the leaf blower. I think that's my gardener. $67.25, 320, 260 low. And 67.50 is 90 cents. They got as low as 70 cents. If we get the 67.20 pump next 2 hours, those will double. If we get it. Or where are the 66.80s? Or yeah, they're going to be expensive. 66, 60s maybe. So equal side out of the money. 6,700. We're in 67.50, 66.50. Let's see how much they are. 66.50s are $2. 50 handles out of the money. So this and 67.50s are 85 cents. At the money IV down to 28.8. Yeah, 28. A little skewed to the call side. A little bit. But wow, 67.25 just lost 50 cents. That's crazy. Yeah, looks like another leg coming down. Oil is not going up. Market's just selling off now. Yeah, I gotta clean this shit up. I don't want to deal with it. Yep. 575 and 375 will do it. They didn't do it. Wow. Being stingy. 575 and 2. We should get done on any pop. Yep. Low end of the range. Here we go. We just took that out. Next one is going to be right here. We're right here now. Let's see if they test the low of the day at 66.80. Looks like it's going there. Might have a trade here. Yep, going there. Almost there, 66.85. I am going to buy 5 of those 67.50s. Probably make 30% at 70 cents. Just bought 5 at 70 cents. 67.50s. See if we can make lunch money. Or lose lunch money. One or the other. 67.25 is the next target. I'll buy 5 more at 60 cents at the range. And then we'll hopefully go for a little pop like this. We paid 70 cents. We got 3 hours to go. Should be 80 cents. 70, 80. Let's buy 5 more at 70 cents. Or we'll wait for about 1 more push down. Maybe we can pick them up at 60 cents. I like these because, I mean, Most you're going to lose is what you put up, obviously, and they don't expire. They're not going to hit the wall for another hour and a half. And if you get a push, you'll double your money. Those are the ones to be traded, to be perfectly honest. You know, wait for the first 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, 3 hours of the day, and then find something that you can work with. Patience. Yeah. Paid 70 cents. To get top of the range, they'll double within the next hour or so. Yep. 75.80. Oh, oil is selling off. How much are we going to rally though? Okay. I'm going to buy with $100. A decent lunch. If we make $100. Oh, I'm going red again. But I do like it though. Okay, top of the range is going to be 67.08. At that level, we should be able to make $100. Nope, not yet. So let's put a seller at 90 cents. Nah, we'll wait. Got 3 hours to go. All right, launch money. Come on now. We don't want more than that, because I don't think anything more than that is possible today. We need top of the range though to make launch money now. Top of the range, sir. Nope, oil is rallying now. That's not going to happen. $25 we can make. Let's gamble. 80 cents, $50 we can make. Yep, we're getting a push. Come on, Uncle Push. Yep, there we go. There we go. It's got 90 cents. All right, let's go push. 85 cents is $75. Are we going to do better? Are we going to go to the 67.07? Nope. Are we? Ah. I don't know. Selling is automatic, man. We got 3 hours to go. So, yeah, but the decay is crazy, man. Wow. Market's 10 handles higher, and they're still the same price. We bought them at 66.86. They're at 66.98, and they're actually less than what I paid for it. It goes to show you guys the power of decay. All right, we can't fuck around with this. Let's not lose $350. Let's take lunch money, $50 if we can. Yep. Can't even take that. Lunch money. I've got 3 hours to go, man. We got a pop here. These things will double if we get a pop here. Nope. Back to even. Yeah, rolling over now. No bueno. No bueno. Maybe we'll take our break even. Again, 3 hours, 2 hours and 45 minutes to go. Ooh. Okay. Back to lunch money, back to even. I don't know how these day traders do this. You can't be glued at the screen for hours and hours, man. It's ridiculous. Not for me. Kind of confirms. Once in a while I'll catch it maybe, but doesn't make sense. Too much work. Too much work for not enough money. Although on a sideways day, that's easy to say. So, I mean, I don't want to insult anyone who day trades, but I don't think I've met too many successful day traders. But then, to each their own. Whatever floats your boat. Yeah, it's got to be the top again. Again, we're squeezing tighter. I mean, this is going to resolve itself one way or the other. Either I'm going to lose 350 or make 350. Is it a top or is it a bull flag? We'll find out shortly. We'll find out shortly. Can we even go to the top of the Bollinger Band at 67.05? Can we do that? Oh, there we go. We got a push right there. Right there. They are still not moving, man. Yeah, fuck it. 80 cents. Let's take my lunch money. Take my lunch money. Not even. Wow. Decay is crazy. Decay is crazy. Come on. Why don't you guys give me my lunch money? Okay, now I'll get my lunch money. Nope, no lunch money. Yeah, maybe now. Yeah, lunch money. Lunch money could be dinner money. Nope. Wow. Battle going on. We literally have rallied 11, 12 handles and they're still the same price. Power of decay, my man. Pay attention. I don't want to take my lunch money. Bought the wrong options. That's okay. Take 50 bucks. If we can. Nope. No lunch money. We're fighting. We're fighting for lunch money. Come on now. You're not going to give it to me. Why not? Why aren't you guys being nice to me? So this is proof, folks. Power of decay. And too far out of the money, I'm pretty sure. Now we're giving them lunch money. Come on, man. Mm-hmm. 55 cents. Didn't take it. Didn't take the lunch money. Now we're going to give them our lunch money. It's funny. Well, good morning. All right. Still have 2.5 hours to go. I'll buy 5 more at 50 cents. Oil is rallying again. And SPX is lower. We got time. $5.85. $117. Are we going to go to the high of the day and market's going to give up the ghost at the end of the day? Is that what's going to happen? Looks like it. Looks like it. Yep, looks like it. Definitely looks like it. 6:10. Yeah, we gotta get the fuck out of here. My God, total watch paint dry, man. Are we just going to like this at the end of the day? Is that what we're going to end like this? USO going top of the range. Not good. All right, folks, I'll be right back. Okay, paint drying still. 118 on USO. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yep. Bottom of the range. Yeah, we're not going to get a rally if USO keeps doing what it's doing. We gave him lunch money. Okay. Yep. Even the Iron Condor is going to be in problems if you did that because bottom of the range is going to be, yeah. You'd be nervous now if you did an Iron Condor with the 60-80, 66-80, 66-75. There's 2.5 hours to go. Anything is possible here. We're either going to give up the ghost at the end of the day. All the margin sellers are going to have to liquidate, or short covering, but short coverings don't happen on Thursdays, probably Fridays. Yeah. Oh boy, no. No bueno, señor. Tighter and tighter and tighter range. USO at almost high of the day, 118, 118.52 high, and markets at the low of the day. Pretty much, that's what's going on. That's exactly what's going on. Might as well give him my lunch money. Yep, I'm going to give him my lunch money. It was the right thing to do in hindsight, obviously, selling the iron condors on SPX, but just not enough money, man. Especially with reasonably out of the money kind of strikes. Just not enough. And you'd still be watching, although you'd probably be closing right now at 50%. You definitely would have gotten 50%. So you can lose 50% two ways. You can go directional, go for the big shot, or you can, you know, at least on the directional, your risk is limited to what you put up, as opposed to pretty big risk. Although defined risk, obviously, with the put credit spreads and call credit spreads. But in order to take decent amount of money, and you got to go close to the money, and with SPX, as wild as it is, it's tough. It's tough to make that call. All right, let's give him my lunch money. Let's come back another day to fight again. No reason to not to. If I'm going to do anything, I've got to be with the 67.25s, if that, but I doubt I'm going to do anything. Only way this is going to be is you also double tops here at 118 range and then rolls over a little bit. Maybe you get a little push, but I don't think it's going to matter. I think they're going to expire everything worthless pretty much. No, even if you had bought puts, honestly, in this range, you're not going to make any money. You're just not going to. So selling was the right thing to do with holding your breath, and still doable, but tough date for day trading, actually, because when it's like this, I mean, if you're doing futures, maybe, but if you're doing 0 DTs directionally, it's going to be tough to do that on days like today. I mean, there were a couple of real quick pops, but the rest of the time, no, not much. All right, let's see if you guys have any questions. I agree. I agree. Day trading could be boring, but then some days it could be very interesting. Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me? I'm still here, sir. Gave him lunch money twice today. Now we got to get it back maybe next week or maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Yeah. Bottom of the range. Low of the day almost. Oh, oil is going 7 to 18 at the high of the day. Yep. Squeezing it up there. Getting ready for the weekend fireworks. Aren't we now? Definitely looks like it. Of course, we're getting a pump now. Held the bottom of the range. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 2 hours to go. WeWop following it down. And it's just one of those days. Just complete sideways action like yesterday with range getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Yep. Maybe one more shot. Around 6,700 because the range is so tight. I don't think it will work. 6720s or 25s. I don't think they're going to work. Picked the wrong day to day trade, I guess. Thank God I don't do it every day. This is a tough way to make a living, folks. Truly. Exactly 2 hours to go. I'm going to get what's going to happen. $66.80 low of the day. We're just about there. Are we going to hold? Or are we going to crack and just give up the ghost? We'll find out shortly. We'll find out shortly. And make it lower low and then bring it back. That's what they'll do. I'll hit some stops. And then close exactly where we are. That's my guess. It's as good as anybody else's. Just lower lows, lower highs after going in a range, retesting the low of the day with 2 hours to go. With oil about to make new daily high. Well, we know now. Oh, just made a new high for the day. 118.58.63 now. Actually, I'm surprised SPX is not getting a push now to the downside. Just intraday anyway. Yeah, watching things this close is not good for anybody's health. You just gotta do the trade. And so you can have 50,000 trades a day. It's just, yeah, I don't know how day traders do it. I don't think it's really, they draw 50,000 lines all over the place, and then I'm like trying to make sense of things, which is like, doesn't make any sense to me. Even if you sold options, you'd be sweating right now because we take out the low of the day in 2 hours to go. Your condors or put credit spreads could get into a little trouble here. Yeah. Ooh, look at that. Oh, what is that? What was that? What was that? That didn't go anywhere. What was that? Did Trump say something? Did he? Or was just a little bit of a fake out? Yeah, looks like it. I should have moved the dollar real quick though. I'm back at the low today. That's crazy. Literally, they just bumped SPX from 66.83 to 66.89 and making it just about to make low today. That's crazy. Yeah, no good. No bueno. Yeah, low today. And USO making higher today. Yep, 118.80. Yep. Good thing we covered those. Put credit spreads on LUV, DLTR. Small losses are better than big losses, folks. Always understand that. This morning I could have done it. I waited for the bounce, took my few $100 loss, and get the heck out of Dodge. Now we got BWA, which I think we're right at the money. I'm trying to cover it with a 20% gain, but we'll see. SPX low today. Are we going to hold is the question. Probably not. If oil keeps doing what it's doing, I don't think we will. $119 on oil. USO, not oil. So that equals $100 a barrel or something in that range. Yeah. Not good. Not good. Iran announces the requirements for potential ceasefire with U.S.-Israel. Requirements include recognizing Iran's legitimate rights. 2, Iran receives payment of reparations. Good luck on that. Firm international guarantees against future aggression. None of that is possible. Maybe legitimate rights is possible. Reparations? What reparations, bro? Yeah, I don't know about any of that stuff. Yeah, no. That's although over the weekend things may change. Well, tomorrow. What am I forgetting about tomorrow? Shouldn't be forgetting about tomorrow, right? We held for now. Fake? Is it fake? Are we really going to hold here? Like a miracle? Miracle of miracles? I don't know. Are we going to hold here? No. Who knows? Oh, we did hold for now. We did hold for now. Mm-hmm. One hour to go, folks. 1 hour to go. You know what? I think I'm going to shut it down. I closed what I needed to close. Come back to fight another day. No need to push, honestly. Yeah, no need to push. Pushing is stupid here. For sure. Got one open PCS, little small one on TSLL, so that's about it. Everything else is closed. I got BWA, which is right at the money, and we'll act accordingly if it goes into money. Yeah, no need to push. 12 o'clock. All right, folks. I'm going to finish today. Not much to do last hour, for me anyway. I'll probably rally a little bit back to 6,700 range, but then no reason to push. Okay. Am I on daylight savings? What does that mean, bro? Are you crazy now? What are you talking about? Yeah, we'll give it a shot. I'll answer these questions. AI at all. I do have a high frequency algorithm that trades by itself, but I don't deploy it every single day. It's mostly trades equities, though it doesn't trade options. Okay, we can try that. Am I on that? Yeah. You asked the oddest questions, bro. Pocket picking day, yeah. I gave him lunch. Not good, not good. But because if I hadn't given him lunch, I would have given him 2 dinners. We gotta take L's. All future 88 now. Yeah, is it? That's it? No, well, that's futures because that's in backwardation, by the way, which is odd. Very odd because the cash price is much higher. Cash price is close to $100, I think. Let me check. That's odd. Really odd. Iran war. U.S. Navy will escort vessels through Strait of Hormuz as soon as militarily possible. Besant tells Sky News. Okay, is that why we get the pump? I don't know. Let's take a look. Oil. Crude oil. Up $10, bro. Brent crude is 101, 101 and a half. And WTI crude is 96.72, 96.57. So we're up there, folks. And heating oil, gas is $3, up another 7% today. So yes, we will hit $6, I'm pretty sure. Gold down $80, silver down about 65 cents. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, 96. But still, I think the futures, further out futures, like if you go to maybe September, if you look at September crude futures are lower than, so they're expecting it to settle by then. So are lower than cash price. So, yeah. Yep. Yep, we're retesting the low today again. Yeah, I'm going to shut it down. I don't think I'm going to be able to do power hour tomorrow because I have a couple other things I need to do. But if I can, I will. I'll post it. So please put a thumbs up. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Day trading is tough, but certain days these options are very reactive. They move. The other day, actually, we had it too. We bought and sold double or something like that, and then they went to like whatever. But just give it a shot. Give it another day. I do enjoy actually going live. I'll probably go live again at some point like this, a long session. And hopefully it's not a sideways option selling trading range day. Hopefully we'll get some action out of it. But with that said, red hat day. Market's tough. Be careful, folks. Don't take too much risk. Things will settle down, and then once the picture is clear, then you can put the gas on. But when markets are like this, it's really difficult to, for me anyway, I wouldn't want to take too much risk. That's why I closed some of the put credit spreads, bunch of them actually, so I don't have much left. And keep your powder dry. There always is going to be opportunities. So the key in not taking the L and saying it'll be okay, it'll come back, it'll be okay, is when the opportunity does show up, now you're stuck fighting yourself back to maybe break even, as opposed to not having a position and putting it on and recovering from your losses. So all you're going to do the other way is just break even. If it's going to bring it back, if the market brings back your equity, right? So that's all I can say. Money manage and risk manage. Yes, some days you lose, some days you win, but it hasn't been fun for the last 10 days. So with that said, tip of the red hat. Hopefully I'll wear a green one next time. See you all later.